Mildenhall scenario where I get here and it's all kicking off. So there we go. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Coningsby TED HQ. And a big shout out to, I know we're here again for the week, a bit of a change of plan. Someone who's very excited today, and someone that I know very well, who's looking at an RAF career, and she's doing her Air and Defence Force at college, and today has a very special visit. So I thought I'll come along and film the day for her. And yes, it's Kimberly, who is part of the college for Air and Defence Force, and she's very excited today. And she'll be having a tour, and all the best to all the students of the Air and Defence Force looking for a Royal Air Force career. Many opportunities. And of course we also have number 17 Coningsby Air Training Corps as well to follow on from there. So an excellent, oh hello, that's the AWCU screeching away there. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. And I'll just get your favourite bear, Ted Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, named after the base, named after RAF Coningsby, where it all began. And here he is. Ted, that was a good start, wasn't it? We haven't even had breakfast yet. Guards march there for everyone tuned in early at the doors. It's a rather grey affair today, but saying that said, I think it was going to be grey everywhere we went. Good news is, in some ways, is that they are using runway 07, so we can have a good look at them on departure, and hopefully we'll get some carrots as well. But welcome to the show. Welcome to a channel that inspires education, inspires recruitment for our Royal Air Force and our armed forces. Ted's a bit of an icon for that. Oh, hello. Don't want to be bunny hopping in that, sir. But there we go. Big shout out. So you can see the many rolls already. Just literally the many rolls just going past. The Bowser crew refueling and fueling up the jets. You've got Scott Airspace. Even as a contractor as well, you've got Rolls-Royce, British Aerospace Engineering, BAE Systems. There's so much you can do. You've even got Phoenix, Babcock as well. Not just specifically to Coningsby, but so many, Leonardo. But then in the Royal Air Force, there's so many roles from the ground, from the RAF Regiment, RAF Police, law enforcement, that kind of thing. The crash teams, ambulance, medics, chefs, the ground crew. You've got armourers, technicians, fairies. Yes, that is an official, lovingly known as the fairies, the computer geeks. Engine engineers, technicians, of course, pilots of all kinds. Coningsby has 5 Typhoon squadrons with so much packed history. So get ready for possibly a busy day. It'll be grey, but as long as we're dry, we'll be okay. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. yes, so many careers that you could take, even air traffic controllers, maintenance teams as well, the MTs as well, the military transportation, MTU. There's so many. Sorry, MTU's a engine company, but hey, if you're in Germany, why not? Rolls-Royce, ITP Aero as well. There's many companies, and you know, I was talking to you about the tornado yesterday. I came across this wonderful book with all these companies. I'll show you it as well when I give you a talk. I mean, here is where I was going to tell you all about the tornado. But just like Marham as well. So just to give you a rundown of Fighter Town here in Lincolnshire. So there are 5 Typhoon squadrons. We'll start with the first one, of course, where it all begins for a Typhoon pilot career to get to frontline. It is indeed the Operational Conversion Unit, number 29 Squadron. And 29 Squadron will tune and get qualified those pilots that have just finished their advanced flying training at RAF Valley to learn all about the Typhoon, to make them a competent pilot. They don't actually fly the Typhoon for a couple of months, maybe I'd say about 6 weeks, maybe. Just you know, they've got to get familiar with everything and all the controls about the Typhoon, including the G-suit, the simulator work. The ground school, again, input by BAE Systems, but 29 Squadron, energetic and keen is their motto. Impeger et Acer, their motto there, inspired by the emblem, which is a buzzard and an eagle in aerial combat. They formed in 1915, formed at Gosport, and spent a bit of time in France. In 1940, this squadron began service as a defence and night fighter squadron, and during the time as a night fighter squadron, before becoming wing commander of 106 Squadron here at Coningsby, it was Guy Gibson that managed to claim 4 aerial victories. So they began their night offensive intruder operations, defending heavy bombers from 1943. In 1987, as we mentioned yesterday, they were the first to become an operational squadron to be equipped with the F3, and received the Typhoon in 2003 at Warton Aerodrome, arriving here in 2005. That's just a brief summary of 29 Squadron. Although it would be fair to give you a little bit of some amazing history during their time in the First World War. So forming in 1915 meant that they were part of the Royal Flying Corps, flying the Newport 17, Newport 24s, and the award of Victoria Cross, which is the highest award for valour in the face of the enemy in British Empire, came to Captain James McCudden of 29 Squadron, gazetted on the 2nd of April 1918, and it was for his bravery between August the 17th, 1917 to 1918. And also Coningsby's 29 Squadron had around 26 aces that were made who served with 29 Squadron. That is amazing, including Edgar O. Am, Norman Brearley, Sidney Brown, Edgar G. Davis, Arthur G. Jones-Williams, Arthur Reed, Walter Bartram Wood, Christopher Venter and Alfred Shepherd, and there were a few more as well, of course, but we've got to mention that. That's quite amazing. The next squadron that we'll mention is number 12 Squadron. Now, again, mentioning them with their tornado yesterday. Now, 12 Squadron have a Fox, due to the Fairy Fox that they were the sole operator. Leads the field is their mascot. And they formed in 1915 at Neverhaven. The sole operator, as we said, in 1926 with the Fairy Fox. 1940, Flying Officer Garland and Sergeant Gray were awarded Victoria Crosses for a ferry battle raid on the Maastricht Bridge over the Albert Canal. The units soon were re-equipped with the Vickers Wellington, and it was their valour which was highlighted on the 12 Squadron Tornado here. I don't know if you can see that. Garland and Sergeant T. Gray there. That's a beautiful 12 Squadron Tornado there. They even had the legend Jack Curry, Squadron Leader Jack Curry, if you know who that is, serving at Wickenby as well. Legend, absolute legend, that guy. Some of his stories are amazing. So they flew in 1951 the Canberra, then the Falcon in 62 here at Coningsby. In 69 switched to Buccaneer. 1993 saw them re-equipped with the GR1 Tornado, the GR1B. Took part in Operation Telic in 2003. 2010, the first tornado unit in Afghanistan. They took part in Operation Elemi in 2011, including Storm Shadow missions from Bahrain. They stood up again in 2018 as a joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron to train and qualify the Qatari Emirati Air Force pilots on the Typhoon. They have their version of RAF Valley at RAF Leeming. It's number 11 Qatari Emirati Air Force. They do train on the Hawk Mark 167, which is literally a Hawk T2, but that's the Qatari designation. When they qualify, they actually fly with 29 Squadron first, and then should they get qualified, which that's the aim for, then they'll switch to 12. And began operations in 2020. Our next squadron is 41 Squadron, which is, I thought they were over here actually, unless they've gone away. This one's having some tests done to it. That ain't flying today. 41 Squadron once had Echo Bravo painted on the sides of their fuselage on their Spitfires during the Second World War. Seek and destroy is their motto. Formed in 1916 with the Royal Flying Corps, operating the Royal Aircraft Factory FE8, then re-equipping a year later to the Airco DH5 and the SE5s. Reformed at Norfolk in 1923 on the 1st of April, flying the Sopwith Snipe and then the Siskins. They've had a lot of history. The 1940 operating out of Hornchurch, they flew top cover for the Dunkirk evacuation for 12 days from the 28th of May. The unit flew throughout the Battle of Britain and in November converted onto the Spitfire Mark IIA. They began flying the Mark V in 1941. They supported the Dieppe raid in August of 1942. They converted to the Spitfire Mark XII in 1943. And they are at one with getting claimed lots of V1 cruise missiles, so almost like a drone. It was an early, if you know what they were, well, we called them the doodle bugs. It was developed from the manned F-103, but Germany developed it so that it can have enough fuel with a gyroscope to fall and bomb. Unmanned as well. 1944, after D-Day, just to give you an idea, 41 Squadron switched from bomber escort to anti-flying bomb patrols. It destroyed a total of 53 of these V1s. In fact, let me go and get you one. Hang on. Let me go and get you one. about that. You know, I wasn't planning that one, but here you go. For those who don't know what, I mean, the British called it a doodlebug. It wasn't the official name. This is what we're talking about, one of these. And it was the V1 flying bomb. It was called the Vergeltungswaffe number 1, which is a V1. And had a length of 8.32 meters, a width of 5.3 meters. And it was at a warhead, Amatol 39. Later they changed it to the Trialan. The warhead was about 850 kilos, that's 1,870 pounds. It was powered by an Argus AS109014 pulse jet. Had a range of 160 miles, so wherever it took off from. And what the idea was, with a max speed of about 400 miles per hour, and there's the problem, only at the time a Mosquito and the later models of the Spitfire could catch that up. They tried to shoot it down, but once you run out, once you run out of ammo, what are you going to do? So I'll show you what they did. So if you had enough speed to try to catch it up, if you were out of ammo, because obviously this was quite new, and the idea, when it ran out of fuel, it would just dive down and bomb. And the idea, they noticed it had a gyro, so you know, it didn't steer or anything, so the pilots would go up to it and try to, you know, knock it with the wing like that and knock it out and make it fall down. That was the idea. So you needed to have over 400 miles per hour max speed to defeat one of them. And 41 Squadron destroyed 53 of those in a 9-week period. And then September transferred the attention on attacking the actual latest and greatest V2 bomb sites. So they've flown Harriers here, they've flown the Jaguar here, yes, they flew here. They took part in 2003 Operation Telic. The squadron in 2013, designated as 41 Reserve Test and Evaluation Squadron, took its first Typhoon to strength. Now, they are a Test and Evaluation Squadron number 41. What that means is that they'll test the latest and greatest software, hardware, ordnance, you know, all these new upgrades, maybe a new radar, a new upgrade, they want to test it out, new weapons, that kind of thing. So that's 41 Squadron. They got quite a bit of coverage today, 41. Hey! And motto, seek and destroy. The next two squadrons are very, very extremely historical, as a fact that first, number 3 Fighter Squadron, they're the oldest squadron here at Coningsby, being that number, and they were before the Royal Flying Corps as well. That's really exciting, because they formed at Lark Hill, near Stonehenge Aerodrome, and they formed as number 2 Aeroplane Company, Air Battalion Royal Engineers. I think they even flew at Stonehenge Aerodrome, if I remember, in 1911. But the Royal Flying Corps formed. This is before the Royal Air Force, which formed 1st of April in 1918. 1912, they were renamed to number 3. So they started at number 2, and they became the Royal Flying Corps. Now, they were the first squadron to fly heavier than aircraft, okay? So what it means is, it's got an engine, it's got a human being, it is controlled, manned flight, and it's heavy. It's not a kite, it's not a glider, because that's what we had. This is heavier than air. 1935, they deployed to Sudan during the Abyssinian crisis. They also took part in Operation Allied Force over Kosovo, and in 2006 moved to RAF Coningsby. And finally, number 11 Fighter Squadron, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, have the letter F, and have had that letter F since 1915, when they formed at Neverhaven. So they operated the Venom FB1. They flew the Pusher aircraft during their early times in World War I. Hence the 2 Eagles, which was a twin-seater biplane. In 1988, together with number 5 AC Squadron, they became the last squadron to operate the English Electric Lightning. Oh yeah. 2007 stood up here at Coningsby to take on Typhoon roles. And of course, actually included as a regular unit here at Coningsby are the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. So yes, they are RAF infantry aircraft. 1976 they moved here. Just to switch back 3 years, in Norfolk they were the Battle of Britain flight, and in 1973 they received the Lancaster. That's when they added the name Memorial to the title, becoming the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They arrived here with PA 474. In total now they have 2 Hurricanes, they have a handful of Spitfires, 2 de Havilland Chipmunks, and of course a Dakota as well. So don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let's get this stream out there. Let's get this stream out there. Hit the like, give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared. Touch and go on the like button there. Give us a thumbs up. And of course, if you haven't done so, make sure you subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We're aiming for 123k now. The channel's always climbing high. It's amazing. And we love history. We love talking about the history here. Also got our resident bears, and if you don't want to miss out, make sure you hit that notification bell button, switch it to all, so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos that we do around the country. And it's not often we come here on a Thursday or twice a week, but now we will be coming here quite regularly to follow the work up or the work down, depends how you want to look at it, of the 2026 Typhoon display practice workup. But don't get caught out, it's not always done here. They do mix it up to get used to other venues as well. So a warm welcome, Babsar, Fritz, Alan, Davey, Flying Duke, Perez, Perry, how you doing, man? Simon Watchorn, Margot, Paul, Fairclough, Ann Deister, how you doing? Good to see you, Ann Deister, on here. Good one. Mark Moody, RSVP, Perez, Mattman Bush, how you doing? Babsar, thank you very much. I can see already your oh, bless your heart. Thank you very much, Babs. Babsar, Wibbs, Leah, Dieter, Captain A. How you doing, man? Rich, what's going on? Alan Burden, how you doing? Alan Q. What up, Margot Baxter, House Scotland? Davey, what up? How you doing, man? Fat Cat, oi oi. Right, I think we're on for quite a regular, a reasonable busy day by the sound of it. I can hear engines everywhere. And I know I've highlighted on many occasions the 4 countries and the usual companies such as Leonardo, MTU, you know, BAE Systems, but you've got to remember there are so many companies in that build all the rest of the stuff as well. Don't forget that. You've got the companies that make the landing gear, you've got Michelin tyres. So many companies are involved in this process. Forgot the name now. Is it? Oh, let me hang on a minute. Forgot the name of the company that make the landing gear on the Typhoon. And again, the refueling probe, another company. And again, I forgot the name, but you've got GE Aviation. You've got not for here necessarily. I remember doing photography for a company called Ontic, and they made all the everything to do with the fuel pumps and fuel tanks and anything to do with fuel for aircraft, not necessarily military, but there's so many companies that make different parts. It's unbelievable. I mean, Safran make the, if I remember, I think it's Safran that make the landing gear on the Typhoon, I think it is. That's the one, Safran, yep. They are I believe they're a French company, if I remember correctly. Safran. I'm pretty sure they make the Typhoon. If not, it doesn't matter. Maybe they don't. But I think it's a Messier, Bugatti, and Audi. I think it is a subsidiary of. I can't remember. Do you know what? I really don't. I'm going to leave that. I mean, I know their HQ's in France, but I might leave it there. But what I'm saying, there's so many companies. So a Ted Coningsby recommended book, and there is a reason why I'm showing you this as well. Beautifully named Tornado by Francis K. Mason. Make sure you get to, if you want to purchase a copy of this, give it a find. It's amazing. But the reason why I'm showing you this is look at all the companies that took part in making. I mean, loads of companies there that made different bits. So what's that? Nord Micro, the air intake control system. Handley's Hawker Siddeley Dynamics making another part of the air intake control system. All these companies, Marconi Elliott, Vickers, Ferranti, Teddington, hey! OMI, the oxygen system, an American company, Texas Instruments. Look at all these companies, amazing, isn't it? Ermaki, Piaggio, the wing components. Look at all this. Dunlop. It's absolutely amazing, all these companies that took part to make an aircraft. And that's just the Tornado. I mean, you know, don't forget the Lockheed Martin as well with their F-85. You know, there's parts of Northrop Grumman in there as well, and BAE as well. There's loads of stuff on there. So there's our EJ200 engine starting up. You can hear that whistling sound. So, got a Typhoon taxiing out now for departure. Yeah. And again, there was another company I came across that make the refueling probe, but that one I've totally forgot who made that. But it just goes to show, when you get a contract to make an aircraft, the point is how much employment that gives, and that's such a cool thing. How many jobs it creates. So the Typhoon's powered by two EJ200 engines, producing a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust each. So total just over 40,000 pounds of thrust, with an amazing thrust to weight ratio, 1:1. The Typhoon's main airframe made in 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the mid fuselage Germany, the front cockpit Britain, and components in the rear from Italy and Britain. Thanks a lot, Perry. Smith's. Yeah, thank you for that one. Smith's Aerospace makes the probe system. Smith's is part of GE. Okay, cool. So I did mention them. Oh, yay! Big shout out to the Hedgehog crew and those towing all the parts and the aircraft. Welcome to RAF Coningsby as well, full of history, as you'll always get to the history with the base from me as well. Was completed on the 4th of November 1940, its first residence in February, 23rd of February 1941, which was 106 Squadron. Yep, 106 Squadron bringing the very first aircraft to Coningsby, which dominated the skies here was indeed the four-seater Handley Page Hamden bomber. Twin engine with the 1,000 horsepower Bristol Pegasus engines, sort of setting the trend for 1,000 plus horsepower engines at the time. The monoplane, all metal, no comfort, literally no facilities. I'll let you use your imagination what I mean by that. But it did have a very claustrophobic airframe of a fuselage of just 3 meters. That's 1 meter. 3 feet 1 meter. I'm doing my best to try and convert for you as well at the same time. Had a payload of 4,000 pound. It can take an 18-inch torpedo. They did make a TB version, a torpedo bomber version. It handled quite well, actually. It was seen as a fighter bomber, from some pilots, but at a speed around 230, 240 miles per hour max speed, service ceiling of around 19,000 feet. But yep, it didn't have the best reputation here with 106 Squadron, although a month later we had 97 Squadron arriving with something that really had its own bad reputation, the Avro Manchester. But we'll talk about that if we can later on. But you gotta start somewhere. So Coningsby started life out as a bomber command station and the number 5 group of bomber command. The likes of the Lancaster. Even a satellite station was built to support Coningsby at Woodhall Spa, not far from here, about 3 to 5 miles from here. In the direction of the backwards crow flying, probably about just that, 5 miles. Which would have probably created like today's CMATS, a combined military air traffic zone, and they built that with hardened runways. Here at Coningsby, started life out with just grass runways. Any proposed stations during the Second World War that were planned to be built before December 1940 would have been built with grass runways. It was only decided after. The reason for that is simple. Aircraft just got faster and heavier, or shall I say just heavier. Coningsby did enter the jet era, but before that we had the Mosquito. We even had the Avro Lincoln here. legendary aircraft was proposed to replace the Mosquito, and it turned out to be the bridge between piston and jet. Faster bombers, no armament, no defensive armament in that respect, no defensive armament, I've got to get that bit right. A company that was chosen who were building kettles and electrical equipment and specialising in locomotives as well. In fact, I think the last aircraft was the English Electric, was it the Wren? But they didn't even have anything ready. But they noticed the market for military aircraft didn't dip, and there was all sorts of Air Ministry requirements that were put in place for a proposal. It was the legend Teddy Petters who designed this, the English Electric Canberra, which was here at Coningsby. Oh yes, look at this, over 40,000 service ceiling, over 520 miles per hour speeds. It was amazing. Look at this, a beautiful, the English Electric Canberra was here with a variety of squadrons, including 9 and 12 squadrons, and it was an absolute masterpiece. The first bomber, or jet bomber, of the Royal Air Force as well, entered service. In fact, its first ever flight was Friday the 13th of 1949 of May. Friday the 13th, 1949, entered service. I think it was with, off the top of my head, no notes, I think it was 101 at was it Binbrook? That was, I could be wrong, but I can have a look now and see how bad I was. Shall I have a look? Can have a quick look. I do have notes, just you know, if I ever forget something, because I do have an aging mind. And the thing is, I'm not like an air show. I'm actually commentating and filming at the same time, which is a little bit tricky. Yes, correct. May 1951 with 101. I haven't actually got the where it was first based. I could be wrong. I've got a funny feeling it's Binbrook. If I'm wrong, I do apologise. Anyway, here we are, here at Coningsby. The first fighter aircraft when Coningsby changed was actually, so the English Electric Canberra was then soon to be replaced. There's a bit of not controversial, but it does start to go into the political side of things, which we don't do, but fact is fact at the end of the day. If that's what history did, then so be it. And the Canberra replaced the Mosquito, and then of course the Canberra was next up to be replaced, and it was indeed the TSR2. But we know what happened to that, followed on by the F111K, the aardvark that was going to replace the Canberra, but that didn't go ahead either, even though they were building them. Davy's got some cool photos of the factory of them pretty much complete. It was decided to actually use the loving F4 Phantom. I know. So it was the Phantoms that arrived with number 6 Squadron here in 1969. That put Coningsby into a new era, the fighter town era. So that was Coningsby's first fighter jet. Coningsby didn't have any stationed here, any Spitfires or Hurricanes, fighters like that in the time of the Second World War. It was purely a Bomber Command station. Stayed with Bomber Command right up until 1968. Coningsby, of course, did close in August 1942, reopened September. Might have got the months wrong there, back to front actually. But nevertheless, it closed for nearly a year just to have the runways put in concrete. So you got the Class A configuration. We're actually in the spotters car park. this is part of the original base here. You've got some hard stands behind me and in the distance. Runway 12, Reedham Lane, Cross Keys round there, Cross Keys Lane. It was all part of the original base. Obviously it's shrunk now, but it was actually in the triangular Class A configuration, you know, those 3 runways that make up a triangle, with usually a 6,000 foot runway, main runway, and 2 subsidiary ones around 4,200 feet. Some were extended to 9,000 feet if they were selected, like Marham, Sculthorpe and Lakenheath, to become a VHB, a very heavy bomber base, to assist and accommodate the B-29s that entered service as Boeing Washingtons. And Boeing Washington indeed served here in 1950, which a Boeing Washington is a B-29 that just has a different name in the Royal Air Force, for the Royal Air Force. hand signals. That's what it's all about. Oh yeah, a pairs departure there. We may not get PTOs today, but I'll tell you what, pairs departures, especially from here, look absolutely exceptional. Going to go and grab a cup of tea.
He missed two of them. I'm like, Grandad. Oh, I didn't see that. He got a video of it, so we'll probably see that on the video. We're trying to get a paired landing. You see a paired landing? Oh, I don't know. I hope.
You alright, buddy, yeah? Good. Keep warm. Yeah.
Catch you up.
Yeah, you too, buddy, thank you. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I just, one of the things I've got to do this time of year is just keep moving, go and get a cup of tea, up and down. So I'll be doing that a little bit. So I'm gonna just, for those who don't know much about the Typhoon, I will give you the full rundown of the Typhoon. Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, good thanks. It's my first time at Sunny to be.
Oh right, okay, cool.
I didn't know if you had any suggestions on where to go. I always here for your here, so.
Yeah, wherever you want, man. Wherever you want. Yeah, just enjoy. It depends what shots you want, really. If you've got a ladder or not, but.
Yeah, I've got a little like two-step one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little gap in the hedge. Obviously, you're going to need a ladder. There's a just after the lights there.
Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing that.
Oh, there we go. One inbound. Expecting that nice little shoot over the overhead.
Yeah, just send it back really.
Yeah, have a good time, enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I watch you on YouTube.
Oh,
That's really
thanks
good.
very much.
Alright, I got
Thank you.
practice.
What's your name, man?
Jack.
Jack, nice to meet you, Jack. You have a good day, yeah?
Yeah, my
Enjoy.
friend's watching your live stream right now, I think.
Cool, man. Enjoy.
Thank you.
How exciting. Who remembers their first time plane spotting? Does anyone remember their first time plane spotting or going to a new place? Let us know where that was. And yeah, I remember my first time. Of course, was here. Didn't know what on earth was going on. But it was really weird. The whole story wasn't even, I didn't even know what this place was, what planes they were. I thought they were Mirage. In fact, I didn't come here first of all. It's to do with fashion. It was to do with a fashion shoot, actually. And you're probably thinking, what on earth has that got to do with Coningsby? Well, I had no idea about it. You see, what it was, I found this place called Collie Western, and when I was doing fashion, sometimes the themes would suit like derelict buildings. I came across abandoned hotels and, you know, just buildings that would make a nice backdrop, you know, on location shoots, you know, if I had a waterfall, if I had as bizarre as this sounds, kind of aviation, if you think about it. I was doing some work for a company that made fairy wings. Yes, adults wear fairy wings. Long story, leave it there. It's fine. Photography is photography, but it allowed me to go to some stunning waterfalls and actually get the models to go in the pool of water, which was probably freezing, so fair play to them. So with a company in California, we're doing some real cool t-shirts and beanie hats, baseball hats, threads from San Francisco, and the idea of having skateboarding needed a bit of graffiti, needed a bit of something different. So I was having a look, making a few phone calls to see if I could, you know, be allowed to go in there, that kind of thing. And then I was looking at abandoned RAF bases, not because of the topic, because I was interested in that. It's the fact that I was just looking for some interesting locations, and I came across a bomb dump. Interestingly, Coningsby had a bomb dump which actually homed the atom bomb, I think, or the blue steel, blue Danube, sorry. They had them here, and maybe because in 1962 to 64 they did have the Vulcan bomber here, so that probably ties that in. But anyway, it wasn't great, couldn't really get access to it, but it was nice to know it was there. And then suddenly I started to see these triangles flying everywhere, and I thought something had gone wrong. I thought I'd done something wrong. I wasn't even in, I didn't even, it's not far from here, it's along the main road, Langrick Road. Anyway, long story short, had a look at it anyway. Didn't look like it was going to have any form of graffiti. It just looked like an old Cold War storage, which is called a bomb dump for the weapons. So I abandoned that. But what happened is the fact that all these planes started taking off, and as I drove back down to sort of where runway 25 is with the lay-by where people spot, I thought it was something like special going on. I had no idea what they were. I thought they were Mirage, but I discovered that what they actually were. And then I thought, I wonder if there's like some sort of Facebook group on this. And then I discovered that there was John Smith's group, the RAF Coningsby Spotters group, and who hi John, thanks for all your help as well, because he loves Ted. Anyway, so then I went on that Thunder and Lightning site, completely new to the ropes, and I ended up on Reedham Lane, and where I met some wonderful people there, and that's pretty much where it all began. And I thought, I'm going to try and do some photography, and I have to give it to those that do aviation photography, because obviously my subjects usually stand still at weddings. The only fast object is confetti. So yeah, there was that, and that's how I discovered Coningsby. And then Thunder and Lightning showed me Lakenheath, and I was thinking, well, actually I couldn't believe that the F-15 was still flying. Yeah, I was very new to it, and that's how and then one thing leads to another, and then being a wedding photographer, COVID came and that ruined it. But then again, when things, for those that know the story, would know that I was heading for Woodhall Spa that very day. Ted was actually won in a raffle ticket at Kimberley's junior school, and he was relegated to a car mascot in my car. and the lights came on as I was going to Woodhall Spa at the Petwood, which was going to be my first ever like wedding after COVID, but there were still restrictions. You can only have 30. Anyway, I was aiming to meet the couple then. The lights came on at Coningsby. For those that have seen the photos, for those that know the video, the lights came on. Luckily they did. I pulled it up on that lay-by. I didn't stop at the lights. I thought I'm going to quickly pull up over the lay-by, which is right just before the lights. I thought, oh, this would be good to get a video. I don't know what came over me, but I ended up getting a video of Ted looking at the Typhoon landing, and I don't know who the lorry driver was, but it was definitely Turner's. You can tell on the photo that it was a Turner's lorry. Thank you very much, whoever that was, because they actually kept their distance so that I could get my video. Out the car, of course, all legal. I was out the car, and Ted and I put it on that Facebook group, and everyone liked it. And then I went to Reedham Lane, finding out that there was a Typhoon display pilot. I was like, ooh, what's this? And did an entire video of just this tiny little triangle doing all these maneuvers, and Ted watching it, put that on Facebook, and it was great. I didn't have a YouTube channel then, you see. It wasn't I did, but it wasn't anything to do with planes. It was, I think it was called, do you know what? There was another one, and I forgot to tell you, I found it the other day. There was the original YouTube channel that I had was called it was random, and then it was Waterfalls of Britain when I was doing waterfalls, and then of course there was Ted, but that didn't come after. What happened, I posted that practice display with the teddy bear watching it. I mean, it was going to be exposed to quite a lot of critics, because you couldn't really see the thing. All you could see was a teddy bear taking up probably about 70% of the screen, with a tiny millimeter dot triangle just moving around. Anyway, whatever happened, the pilot loved it. Sainty did contact me and took up Ted in a very special flight. In fact, it was a special flight for the both. It was Sainty's 1000th hour, and also the fact that Sainty took a very beautiful flight of the maiden flight of our beloved Blackjack, that wonderful Union flag livery. So that's the story there. And, yeah, amazing, isn't it, how you're looking at things not knowing what is going to do in your what it's going to do and impact your life. So there we go. So that is how I ended up here. That is how I've ended up on a van and doing this. And bear in mind, I had no idea. I've got zero knowledge on this subject. Couldn't even tell you. I mean, as bad as it sounds, I probably couldn't even tell you. If you showed me a picture of a Lancaster, I probably couldn't tell you what that was. I mean, I could probably guess, because it's the most popular. Alright, inbound. I can just about see the landing light now, or landing lights. So you just never know what will happen. You know, you just never know what's around the corner in life, you know. You just never know. And I didn't start the channel straight away. I didn't really think it would work, but the idea was there. I'm quite comfortable in telling you all about the Typhoon, telling you all about the specs, all about the history of pretty much any active RAF base, with the exception of some of the lost airfields that I've covered, getting to know specific dates. realised the date. Speaking of dates, ladies, gents and teddy bears, yep, it's quite a special day today actually. Now obviously some of the dates won't match some of where I am or where I am, but it's... One minute, sorry, just give me a second. I'm just going to check if anything's... Give me a second. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and in just a moment I'm just going to tell you a story, a true story about a specific flight that happened. Another typhoon coming. This is what I was worried about. I didn't want to start telling you quite a nice story. Well, it's not, you'll know what I mean in a minute. It's not a nice story, but it does involve a type of a memorial flight that you may not know about. Give me a second. There's the lights have just come on. There could be an inbound aircraft. Just going to give you a story about something that happened, and they probably don't even know. So yeah, it's quite a... Here comes our inbound aircraft. Give me a sec. I don't really want to interrupt this story because it's... it involves, something tragic that happened, but also a memorial flight. And it was on this day. And I'll tell you in just a moment. Second, let me just get a little look. It won't take long to tell you. There is another inbound, but I just want to tell you a quick story. Yes. Now, just really quickly, I've got to tell you this story, and it happened on the 29th of January 2023. Let me just double check I've got all that. But we do have... I'm just going to tell you something really quickly before our next aircraft. My name's Nikos. Now, for those that know, Ted flew in an F-15E Strike Eagle with the 492nd, the bowlers, the Mad Hatters, and the flight was supposed to be on this day in 2023. Unfortunately, tragedy struck Lincolnshire that very day. There were no flights. I don't know if anyone remembers it, but sadly, Technical Sergeant Cody Ball sadly lost his life. Okay, now there was no flying that day. And when Ted did actually fly, thanks a lot to Lucas and the Wizzo and the Wizzo for taking Ted. Stitch, that was her name. What I noticed, many of you managed to get photos of that flight, and I didn't it didn't occur to me to look at the name, and it was a memorial flight with Technical Sergeant Cody Ball. It was written on the side, so it was actually quite a special memorial flight, and Ted went on that flight for the memorial. So you know, lest we forget, in combat or in training, we should never forget these men and women that train to serve a country, to protect airspace. So let's remember Technical Sergeant Cody Ball. And he was a bit of a legend with engines, I hear. When they were stuck, there'll be this quote at Lakenheath: "What will the ball do? What would the ball do?" That was something I read there. Excuse me. Yeah, this time of year I look like the Michelin Man. I'm wrapped up in so many layers. Goodness me. Do you know, I mentioned Michelin the other day. Actually, sorry, see what I mean with my mind. I mentioned Michelin for tyres. Also, I believe Dunlop as well. Is it? I mentioned Dunlop. But hey, do you know what? Here's a little random one for you, which you may not know. Does anyone know why a tyre manufacturer is associated with giving out Michelin stars to restaurants and, you know, and chefs as well? Does anyone? I mean, why? I mean, think about it. It's a tyre company, you know, Michelin, and yet you've got a Michelin star place. You've got a Michelin star restaurant. Has anyone ever realised that? You see, when Goodyear were making these tyres, of course, and let's face it, not many people were fortunate enough to have a car and a vehicle. And the thing is, Goodyear once sold them, they were like, well, no one's really driving around. No one's really using the tyres because they were good tyres. But you know, for customers to buy tyres, they can only buy them once of one set. So what they did, they decided to start promoting restaurants like a Michelin star place. What they did like their recommended restaurants and did a map for people to drive hundreds of miles around to travel to all these places so that they would wear the tyres out, so that they would then buy them. I believe that is actually fact. I mean, I love that story. I love stories like that, don't you? Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna get that off there now. I get excited about stuff like that, man. But there you go, that's why. So obviously they wanted people to start driving around Michelin recommended places, and that's the reason for it. How cool is that? And marketing geniusness, is that such a word? to supporting the army with the, was it the Hereward knot? I'm still going. It's freezing, it's cold, but I'm still going. You know how it is. I've got my tea here, you know. I've got tea to keep me going. Oh dear. Oh goodness me. Kennard, how you doing as well? Hope you're good. Aspen, what up? Williams, Captain A, Mark Moody, how you doing? It's fascinating, isn't it, Mark? And everyone else that's found that fascinating about the Michelin stars and the tyres, and yeah, I was you know, I came across that while learning about tyres and why they're designed on aircraft. That is why there's no tread. Maybe we can bring that up in just a moment. Why isn't there like tread? Well, the thing is, aircraft don't really go around corners at 100 miles per hour. There's no need to have the tread on them like that. Instead, they have these just this straight lines down them, these tiny grooves that go all the way around. And you know, the fastest they go max is about maximum 15 miles per hour maximum. You know, when taxiing, but you know, they don't use them up in the skies or anything like that. They don't need tread, and even if they had tread, okay, which, let's face it, there are some aircraft that do have them. There's also the Tundra tyres, which are completely bald tyres. But even if they had tread, they'll actually, because of the surface area of tiny little squares or shapes, they'll just get worn out completely. They'll just burn off. So the grooves are really to so that they can actually land on the water. And that's how I ended up learning about tyres and pressure, and they're not filled with air, they're filled with nitrogen, because it doesn't it's not as inert. Doesn't build up moisture when being exposed to different air pressures in the sky, which would be disastrous if it starts to freeze. We've got another 2 Typhoons. cup of tea time for me. Just keep that blood blood pumping, keeping myself warm. Woo! All is good. Thanks for joining us today on this cold, grey but fun day. All good. Looks like we've got one coming in. I'll go quickly grab my tea. Good. Oh, that's a nice cup of tea. Just to keep me warm. It's really good. Tea is good. How are we doing, Nate? Oh gosh, I didn't realise that moved. Sorry about that. Sorry. Didn't realise. Oh, he had a good close-up of the floodlights there. So one more stream tomorrow to not only complete the week, to complete the month really. I've just realised that one more day, and we've got exciting things coming up. So we've got over the weekend, it's a last call for members priority for the TED Party 4.0, the TIAT, TED's International Air TED Do. And that's and then in February they will be 1st of Feb, they'll be released to the general public, so you can get yourself a chance. Now we are at, I think we've sold 50% of the tickets already for our end of year party in November. The other thing as well, there is a new something for the air shows this year. To get a buzz, we've got a new t-shirt available in navy and white, ready for air show season. Don't miss out, it's Ted's ZJ914. They'll be out this weekend. I will get them up for that, so look out for that as well. So get ready. So we've got our new t-shirt. Don't forget to check out tedconingsby.co.uk. We've got, don't forget, this time of year we've still got our beanies, our beanie hats available. Pom-pom on, pom-pom off, with a patch. Let me just adjust the setting there. With the pom-pom on, pom-pom off. Nice and sewn patch there, PVC patch on there. Lovely. Make a nice patch actually. Might have to have a look at that. Flying Duke, who's got tickets booked already for the 2026 party. Nice. Yeah, looking forward to that. for those mentioning, just seeing an intro. So now, traditionally, windsocks. Okay, so they can be seen in white and red, or white and orange, depending on where you are. And they're marked by stripes. Now, just really quickly, each stripe has a ring where it makes it stop to represent that stripe. Now, each one represents 5 miles per hour. So at full extent, just to give you, when it's fully horizontal, it's 25 miles per hour. So when it's sort of at that 45-degree angle, you could pretty much say it's 12.5 miles. The good thing about windsocks, it's a pilot's reference to see if it's gusting, where it's gusting, and roughly how fast as well. So, you know, that's about 12.5 miles per hour. So that's just to give you an idea. If it's just sort of, but like I said, some aerodromes have them in stripes where the rings stop at each stripe, and it basically means 5 miles per hour on each ring. So if it's up to the second ring, that's 10 miles per hour. 3 rings, that's 15 miles per hour, so on and so on. I hope that helps. So I'd say what, 3 knots? I think it's 3 knots, isn't it? So 5 miles per hour. That's about right, isn't it? 3 knots, 5 miles per hour. Yeah, there you go. Even the windsock gets a little mention there. We've spoken about that. There's the PAPI lights, the precision approach path indicators. And we haven't spoken about them for a long time, haven't we? Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Woo. Just have a quick look at the skies before I give you a tour of the Typhoon with a few more specs this time. Not sure if triple flight is coming back, so I'll just hang on a moment. David Robinson, a happy 46 to you today. Happy birthday. Dieter, how you doing? Doug Ross, Bobby, not Captain, Weber, Williams, Margot, Flying Duke, how are we all doing? Captain A, Davey, Hiker Trash, how you doing as well? Oi oi to you. Oi oi! It's all is good. There's a Typhoon just taxiing back now from what's been, I mean, they're just magic landings, aren't they? I'm not a pilot, but I'm not, you know, I'm not professional enough to judge, but my goodness me, they've been salmon smooth, silky smooth salmon pate landings. Isn't it? Skill McGills. Great parking. So the Eurofighter Typhoon actually was named Typhoon 4 years after its first flight. Its maiden flight was named Typhoon to keep in line with wind phenomenons such as the tornado. They decided to call it the Typhoon in September of 1998 at Farnborough at the air show. Oi, oi. You're welcome, Margot. Thank you very much. Perez, Matman Bush, correct. Absolutely right. Coningsby does not have an ILS for 07. No localizer, no glide slope antenna. It does have other landing aids. There is the PAR as well, and the TACAN systems, correct. Absolutely right. So we will possibly get the triple flight coming in very shortly. Victor Vasquez. Wow, just booked the Ted Party tickets. Nice. Robinson. How you doing as well? Hope you're good. Welcome to the show. Ian McGabby, see you soon. Wish you well. Whew, it's a bit on the chilly side. One would need fur for today. But if you're tuned in, you're in the right place. Nice and warm, no doubt. And yeah, the day has been somewhat great, really, for movement. We've had millions of departures, which is great. That's what we want, really. But it doesn't really matter. I've noticed the community just, we can, you know, that day, and we had a similar day at Marham. I think we had one departure and 1,000 people watching all day, 1,000 likes. That just sums up Ted Coningsby right there. So it looks like they're hot pitting and done. Hot pitting is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. Here we go, the same two from earlier. Squadron markings there, based at RAF Lossiemouth. It's an eagle with a can opener, if you're wondering what that is. I know. Originally on their squadron insignia, their squadron crest is a eagle having a bit of a munch on a serpent, but because of their nickname, the flying can openers, from destroying many tanks in World War II, with their Hawker Hurricane, they were nicknamed the Flying Can Openers. So, on their markings on their aircraft, it's an eagle carrying a can opener. Nice. go. Look at this. You don't see that every day. Beautiful. Pairs landing. Squadron of RAF Squadrons 1, 2, 6 and 9. Disappeared from today's regular ones. It's just amazing. And that is proper. power, man. That was delicious, absolutely delicious bit of power there. That's all from the wonderful and really powerful, and also extremely intelligent EJ200 engines that are just absolutely incredible. An 8-stage compressor, axial flow, modular. Absolutely amazing. It's got a surge detector on it, so it will detect and restart without the pilot knowing should it get anything like a flame out or a surge. 3-stage fan with a 5-stage high pressure compressor, which comprise the first 3-stage fan of blisks, and then another 3 blisks and 2 traditional blade and disc system on the 5-stage high pressure compressor. Twin spool, so a single stage, single high pressure turbine powering the 5 stages of high pressure compressor, and 1 low pressure turbine powering up the huge 3-stage fan, which the 3-stage compresses the air to some degree of compression, 4.2 to 1 for those interested, and then eventually working its way to being compressed to 26 times its original atmospheric pressure, which in terms means that not only does it suck in 75, 77 kilos of air per second, but it actually starts off, goes in at 1 bar and then gets compressed to 26 bar, which is incredible. 13,500 pounds of thrust dry, or 20,200 pounds of thrust with reheats each. And the Typhoon's got 2 of them. A wonderful engine that's capable of super cruise, and an inlet system that's been designed to cope for an aircraft to go as standard, twice the speed of sound, although the RAF ones have been tuned down to Mach 1.8. There's our EJ200 engine, if for those that are interested. Actually, give me a second. Let me go and get you a. I'll tell you what, let me go and get you a compressor. Don't know, but it's looking good today. Yeah. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So what I've got here is the EJ200 engine. This is what it will look like. Obviously, this took 2 hours to do all these details, by the way. But just to give you an idea, here is what it would look like from Ted's point of view. Now, I've actually cut it pretty much here in half, so that you can't actually see the whole blades like I've done here, the blisks. Now, again, the inlets will suck in that air. And by the way, just to let you know that the diverter that I show you and the way the cowlings work controls the air so that it doesn't get supersonic air hitting the blades, because supersonic air creates, as you know, shock waves. Those speeds can create shock waves, can actually damage the engine. So when an aircraft is going supersonic, the inlets control that air to make sure that they don't get supersonic air. This was a problem, by the way, for the likes of the Canberra, an aircraft with jet engines getting that problem of managing the swept wings, or creating a design for the wing with the engines, and to make sure they don't get the, obviously they managed to find a way around it, of course, because otherwise we wouldn't have all these wonderful supersonic jets that we've got. But anyway, the air goes in, and this is a Eurojet engine. The air goes in, it's sucked in, so that's the suction, and it meets the 3-stage fan on the Typhoon. This is different to all engines, all right? Every company makes their own style. For example, if I can find it, if I've got it somewhere, just to give you an idea of my generic engine, it's the same principle. If I've got it, I should have had that there ready, but obviously not. I do apologise there. I wonder why I haven't got that there. Okay, never mind. Just quickly then, here's another jet engine. Okay, same principle. You've got your 3-stage low pressure. You've got your low pressure stages, and then you've got your high pressure stages. When you get to the likes of the PT6 engine, very different. The front of the engine is at the back and works its way towards the propeller. Again, that's something a little bit different, which we usually feature. That's what happens on a surge. There's our Typhoon. Here we go. So the air gets sucked in. Now it meets a 3-stage fan, and it compresses the air. It squeezes it. Why compressed air? It's a lot more combustible, and it's a lot more economical, because you've got all this air, but you're now squeezing it. Think of the orange juice cartons that claim to have 4 million oranges squeezed into a 1.6 litre carton. Pretty much that. Think of scuba divers. Air oxygen tanks. There's a lot of oxygen in them, in those small tanks, so that's why you do it. It's a lot more combustible, economical as well. So the air gets sucked in, meets the 3-stage fan, which compresses the air to 4.2 to 1. All right, so it does compress it. Now these are blisks. Now this is not a single blade connected to the disc and in components. It's one titanium unit. I've actually got somewhere in here a blisk system. Let me see if I can find it without being too interruptive for me to show you, because it is actually quite good for me to show you that one if I can find it. Here we go. Got a little diagram of blisks. Here we go. That's what it looks like, one complete unit. Okay, so let's go back to our Foon. Back here. So 3-stage, here we go. So it's compressed. Now it meets the 5-stage, now it meets the 5-stage high pressure compressor. Now the first 3 are blisks, I believe, and then the last 2 are conventional. Now what that means is that it's like this. Let me show you the last 2 stages. Now it's not from a Eurojet, but it is off a Tornado. This is what I mean. So if you look at the back, each of those blades are fitting. That there is meant to be a bit of play in them. It's I believe it's in 3 sections, again made of titanium. But the point of having a blisk, yeah, no, look at that. Look how small these blades get. The big ones, which I've got a Buccaneer compressor blade, a low pressure. It's quite big. So there you go. This is what the last 2 stages on the high pressure compressor looks like. That's spinning really fast, and so on. and that compresses the air to 26 times its original atmospheric pressure. Once it's got to that stage, it now goes in the combustion chamber. Inside here, it's sprayed. That compressed air is sprayed with fuel, and then it combusts, okay? Bang! And that bang, that charge of energy, that combustion, that kinetic energy, turns these two turbines. The first one is a high pressure turbine, which powers 5 of those high pressure compressors, and then the low pressure turbine powers the 3 stages of those huge titanium blisks, okay? The low pressure and high pressure are actually made by MTU. Rolls-Royce make the combustion system, the high pressure turbine, and the engine health management system, which is, I think that's the gearbox. I think it's this one here. Yes, that's the gear chain, that's the gearbox there of the Typhoon. That kinetic, that blast, that reaction is called thrust, okay? Now, once that's done, once you've got your thrust, that could be for any jet engine, the Rolls-Royce Trent, the Pratt & Whitney, and you know, anything on a Boeing 747, the Airbus jet engines, that kind of thing, right? But what about afterburner? What about reheat? Well, don't forget, reheat and afterburner, same thing, just called differently in different air forces. You're reheating something or you're burning something after, and that's exactly what happens here. This huge chamber here is now spraying fuel into the hot gases. There is no economical compressed air, which is why it uses 30% more or 3 times more fuel, but it gives you a lot of power increase from 13,500 dry to 20,200 with reheat. That needs to be insulated to a point to cope so it doesn't melt. It's not a big engine at 3.98 meters, that's 13.1 feet, bypass ratio of 0.4. Just to give you an idea for those that like to look at their pockets, it burns fuel 360 liters per minute with afterburner. See ya. You know it is. That is a lot, man. Woo. Okay, so here's our Typhoon. I'll give you a quick tour of the Typhoon before our next arrivals, which I'll try my best to hold this still. It's freezing out here. So there's our Typhoon, an idea that was put in the late 60s to the 70s, although the Tornado came out by then. Took its first flight in 1994. It's called different things in different countries. But the main airframe, left wing Italy, right wing made in Spain. This front section made in Britain. The middle fuselage, Germany, and parts of the rear made in Italy and Britain. And just to give you a quick diagram of those parts and what they're made of. So it's 85% of composites, so 70% carbon, that's all the white, 12% of the reinforced glass fiber. This is really important that you do that. You need that radar and your antennas to perform to maximum and optimum level. So the top of the Typhoon, which I'll show you, that antenna, the nose in here, and then the sensors and antennas here, which are awesome. But there you go, that's what else have I got under here? Oh, that's how you fly an aircraft. Never mind. So there's our Typhoon, and you'll notice a different grey here, like I showed you here, because that's the reinforced glass. Something's burning up over there, look. Something's started up, look. Cool. Well, there you go, for those who don't know. So now there's a there's a Captor M for manual, there's now a Captor E. If we separated those in marks, Mark 0, 1, what's going on over here? The AWCU's just sorting out some wildlife. Yeah. Just fired out there. flare. Yes, so active electronically scanned array, phased array, that's your radar in here. Now there are various upgrades that have been going on. The Mark II, the Captor E, the electronic, the active electronic scanned array, the ASA. All right, that's what you're going to use on your battlefield. That's what's going to detect and lock onto aircraft, enemy vehicles, like basically enemy targets. This is where it all happens in here. Now there was the Captor M, the original Marconi ECR90. Now this could lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. We're talking about other enemy aircraft. That's a long way. And then 300 kilometers for larger aircraft, such as like tankers and things like that. So that's, and it can prioritize on 6 of the 20 to 30 targets that it locks onto. So it's quite clever in that respect, but it is having an upgrade. I couldn't tell you which ones have it and which ones haven't, because I would imagine the upgrades have probably already started anyway. So that's all in here, all right? That's the original, but they are being upgraded. This CCTV camera dock that's here, that's the Pirate IRST, infrared search and track. That'll give you a level of tracking at night in high definition. You would have seen in movies or even Crime Watch, you know, with the helicopter going at night looking at infrared. It's got thermal filters, you can see in HD. It's got 4 different filters, which I'm sure it will do a lovely selfie for Instagram, but it's not that kind of filter. It is for ultra extra. Oh hello, we've got more departures. Oh well, never mind, see ya. I told you it was going to be a busy one, didn't I? Look at them. But yeah, Germany and Austria do not have the IRST, by the way. So just under the cockpit there's like a long contour. That's the probe for the drogue and probe method of air-to-air refueling. The Typhoon has around 70 computers making up the FCS flight control system, split into 4 lanes. Oh yeah. screen out. There we go, should be all good now. There we go, lovely. Right, how are we doing? Let's go back to our Typhoon there, for those that are interested in the whole development, design, speed, etc. of the Typhoon, the wonderful, wonderful Eurofighter Typhoon. So we got to the radar, we got to the nose, and we did the IRST, and as mentioned that Austria and Germany do not have it, so you'll notice that that is omitted on that. So you'll notice again it has no elevators at the back. It does have the little wings at the front called foreplanes. These control the pitch and angle of attack. If you angle them up, and by the way they're made of titanium, if you angle them up, you'll pitch, the angle of attack will push the nose up. Angle them down, they'll position down. You can also use them as a speed brake as well. So again, they're not elevators as such at the back, but it kind of has them at the front. So very clever in that respect on there. And the specifications for those interested, by the way, on the length is 15.96 meters. That's 52 feet and 4 inches. Wingspan at 10.95 meters. That's yeah, it's about what, about 5 to 10, I think about 10 centimeters smaller than the, it's a bit smaller than the Spitfire. 35 feet and 11 inches. Got a height of 5.28 meters. That's 17 feet and 4 inches. It can take up to around about, you know, with a fuel capacity internal of 9,900 pounds, but including the internal storage, that brings it up to 16,800 pounds. It's got a max takeoff weight of 51,809. That's 23,500 kilos, and you know, it is absolutely incredible. So where do we get to? We got to the ASA. I think we've got an aircraft coming in as well. Underneath here, by the way, if you're ever fortunate enough, or sometimes you can see two red covers just under here, just tiny red covers that attach to protect the ADPs. I'm just looking behind me, and looks like we've got a Typhoon on arrival, so we're going to have to wait one moment. It's been a very busy day today, hasn't it, really? Whew, goodness me. The rain has been expecting you, has it now? Yeah, so those 4 little triangles underneath, there's tiny little metal triangles, they're the ADPs. They sit under about here, and what that does, it sends data, and it's the reason why they're 4 is because the 70 computers, the fly-by-wire basically, the FCS flight control system, which is officially called, they're split into 4 lanes. Okay, so what, 17, 18 computers each lane, and that's why you've got the 4 ADPs, I believe. Just doing my you know, just trying to wrap this up as well. Just putting a bit of logic into that. So the data is controlled and managed and inputted into the system, and it's good feedback for the crew. So you'll see the 4 planes in just a sec. Starting to go. In a moment we'll get into like a braking position. There you go. Nice little, there you go, nice example there. Just creating a little bit of drag. Lovely. So the flight control system split into 3 lanes, and you can, so someone, I did have a viewer ask me, well, what happens if the flight control system goes down. Well, the thing is, you'd have to have a very bad day if you're going to have 70 computers that go down. Just think about it. One might be okay, but I've seen an example where a whole lane went down, like lane, I don't know, pick a lane, any lane, lane 3 or something. That's about 25% of the flight control system went down, the fly-by-wire system, and yet it got back. And the thing is, if you look at when we were talking about the Tornado, the CSAS system, that would engage the hydraulic electronic system to control everything instead. So it did have a get you home safe fail-safe system on there. So that's interesting to know. But like I said, with 70 computers on your Typhoon, and that's going to be quite interesting. Now think about the FCS, think about the flight control system. I've always said this: if you don't have a flight control system and you're going in a straight line, you don't have to do anything. Don't forget the Typhoon's airframe has been designed to be aerodynamically unstable to pull off maneuvers that are not quite normal, which is why it doesn't need thrust vectoring to do all the extra maneuvers. But thrust vectoring, do you really need it in this day's combat? The answer probably is no. It was an idea put in place for the Cold War dogfighting. In that scenario it'll be useful, but if you're going to be shot at, if you think about it, if you're going to be pulling off some maneuvers, you're going to be a sitting duck in some ways. The rain is now completely being annoying. I am now going to take some measures. Hang on. Here comes the Typhoon coming into land now. Give me a second. Yeah, so I can understand why there's no real need for thrust vectoring, especially in, as I mentioned, BVR, beyond visual range. What would be the, hang on a minute, let me just wipe this a little bit better. What would be the point in that, really, if you think about it? If you could lock onto a target that's over 160 kilometers away, what would actually be the point in that? Maybe to dodge a missile. Understood, totally get it, but I think, I don't know, which is probably why they didn't put it on the F-35. I know there's a form of thrust vectoring on the F-35B, but that's purely for STOVL, because you can only activate the STOVL mode, the thrust vector, which is called a free BSM. It really is for landing and short takeoffs, vertically landing as well. So there we go. Just trying to fight off the rain for a minute. Give me a sec. It's okay, I was meant to do that. I just closed the screen there for 2 seconds. It's all good. Right. Let me see what I can do here. Hang on. Let's put that there. Oh, I'm going to do this a little bit different. Yeah, sorry, I'm aware you had a black screen. I actually closed the camera for a sec. You got to do these things, yeah? Right, let's have a look what we got here. Right, how's that? Is that protected? Hello. So the Typhoon, let's see if this will work. Will it work like that? There we go. Right, where were we? So I was mentioning about the flight control system. There's our Typhoon there. So yeah, so if you don't have fly-by-wire and you're going in a straight line, you don't really need to do anything. If you're going to be doing evasive and other fighter maneuvers, you're really working hard to control a lot of the aspects of your aircraft. Whereas if you're flying in a straight line with fly-by-wire, there's so many computer inputs just to keep it in a straight line. The other thing is, well, if you're going to start doing all your rolls. You know, the computer's doing it all for you. Everything has been done for you. Okay, so if you want to roll left, your left flapper on up and your right flapper on down. That will get you to roll to the left. If you want to roll to the right, right flapper on up, left flapper on down. You will now roll to the right. If you want to yaw the aircraft, you can use the rudder. Left rudder this way will make you bank and yaw to the left. Rudder to the right, make you yaw to the right. So I think we've covered all aspects of the Typhoon. Let's have a look here. You got your air brake here. Let's have a look underneath. You got your decoy pylon, which is FOTD, fibre optic towed decoy, a decoy of the Typhoon. You got your chaff dispenser, so bits of metal, so for guided missiles, for defence. You want to fool it with radar avoiding methods using chaff bits of metal. They called that window in World War II. Again, you can use the towed decoy if it's that serious as well. You've also got flare dispensers as well for heat seeking. Also on the defence side of things, you've got the MAW, the missile approach warning. That's that probe here. You've got the chute. I don't know if you can see the, I know there's bits of rain on the screen there. You've got the chute, the drag chute dispenser there. There's the nozzles, which are hydraulically controlled. There are, for those interested, there are 12 fairing flaps, as they were called. 13 hard points on the Typhoon, so one for a centre drop tank, and then you can have another drop tank on each wing, the 600 pounders, leaving you with 5 hard points left. Now, you can have 2 here, and then you can have 3 more on the wing. Again, you're left with 5 on the other side, 2 more missiles here, and another 3 here. Can take all sorts of weapons. And as I mentioned earlier, very briefly about the intakes, the splitter and the cowlings on the inlets here can actually control supersonic speeds, because you don't want supersonic air hitting the fan, because that could damage it. And also, this is a boundary layer diverter as well to stop any boundary layer. It even has drilled grills here, drilled holes on the splitter as well. The intake is, the inlets is like an S duct shaped like a letter S, so that it can hide the compressor, the first stage of the fan, that heat that radar loves. So if you look at the wings as well, they're not actually flat, they are curved. I don't know if you've ever noticed that on the Typhoon, they are curved. Also in the design stages, they've bulged this out here. They found there was too much drag hitting the sides of the Typhoon, so they bulged that out a little bit there now. What else can we tell you about the Typhoon? I think that'll do for now. It's got a BK 27mm Mauser cannon in here, just like the Tornado did. I think that's pretty much it for me for now. If you've got any questions, do let me know. I think I've covered everything for now. It does have an onboard ladder. Yeah, I think I've covered pretty much everything for now for the usual. So the visibility is pretty dire now. It's especially with all that rain now. Might have to go and get a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Just gonna go and get warmed up and dried up a little bit. It's the thing is, it's not exactly the most torrential rain. It's the fact that when you mix drizzle and real cold easterly winds, it becomes a bit of a real ache. Be right back.
Okay, that's good. That's really good.
Right, I've had my cup of tea. And, I think the drizzle has just stopped. Here we go. Lovely. Do you know what? Probably need to go and charge the battery. I forgot about that. I've been too excited today. It's been good. It's been a good day, hasn't it? Oh, let's just remind me. Happy birthday to Claire Bear's father, who's 18 years today with with experience. How you doing, Ken? And Ken Ferguson there, it's his birthday today. Claire Bear's father. Take this opportunity now to go and just swap a few mags over, you know what I mean? Lilo Double Fly, thank you very much. Just give me a second. Whoa. Nice to hear happy people in the background. Yes. Right, here we go. I'll try and remove the battery now. This time of year, your hands get so cold, you can't even move anything. Move. Right, let's put that in there. There we go. Big. Ish bosh. I'm quite excited I've managed to get you a show today. I was really worried about today, and here we are. Lilo Double Fly, thank you very much as well for your support. There you go, ladies, gents, teddy bears. All is good. Goodness me, it's freezing. Dave Holloway, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. A new move called the Ted. I love that. Gooch, talk to me, Gooch. How you doing? Yeah, so now I've just seen a few comments. I know we're going to get a lot of newcomers and stuff, new people joining the channel, things like that. Typhoon. Yeah. Yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears is something for our newbies and for those that come into the channel. Make sure you do read the guidelines and stuff because we've worked hard to make this community what it is. And the thing is, I've gone away with having, you know, everyone's got different tastes. Yeah, everyone has different tastes, and the thing is, I don't surf, right? So I don't have that. I shouldn't be allowed to even say, well, that wasn't a good landing, or judging. We're not judges here. The thing is, you cannot judge someone that serves for the armed forces. You know, with respect, you can't do that. So I've done away with, oh, that's better than that's better. The Red Arrows are not as good as this, or the Blue Angels are better than them. No, doesn't happen on this channel, and it will never be like that. It will never be that type of channel. It's an open channel because everyone has their favorites. Get it? That's fine. And you know, if you're going to judge, I mean, I'm not going to be oblivious to it. I see it. I see, oh, the Blue Angels are better than this team and that team, and the Red Arrows are this and that. Do you know what? Do you know how much skill is involved in a Red Arrows aerobatics team? And bearing in mind, they're flying training aircraft that have been around since the 70s. You try and do that, my friend, if you're going to be a judge of that, because you won't have a leg to stand on. And the thing is, these are serving members of our armed forces. You're not able to do that. Yes, we have our favourite manoeuvres. Yes, we have our favourite aircraft, but each one requires a certain level of skill. Then you get into the realms of being unfair on judging an aircraft to another. You can't actually do that. You know, when I first started this channel, the Chinook at Hull Beach and the Ospreys, people oblivious to the actual whole point of that aircraft. Oh, well, that's a sitting duck. Well, you try and get a Casavac out of a Typhoon, but it can certainly do a show of force, and it will certainly give you close air support. You see, every aircraft has an operational role. The point of a display team is to show off the Air Force, you know, inspire recruitment. And I know for a fact, deep down in my heart, and I can hand on heart tell you that probably all the Royal Air Force, all the Red Arrows have seen a Red Arrows display wanting to become a Red Arrows pilot. I've never wanted to make this channel this is better, that's better, and then you start getting arguments, and that's not what the channel's about. The channel is about respect and enjoying every single aspect of what goes on. Because when I tell you that the chef is the most important part of an Air Force, you probably might laugh. But if you get a chef that's late, they all need to eat. You get a chef that's late, no one's going to eat. Ground crew are going to be late, they haven't had their breakfast, they haven't been fed, and it has a knock-on effect, right? It's that scenario. It's from my, you know, a chef, a caretaker, it makes up a Royal Air Force. You can't have, it's like the old I heard somewhere a Navy commander said the most important thing you do is to make your bed. Why do they make the bed? Because if you can't even do that properly, then how are you expected to do something extraordinary? It's amazing, and I've wanted to keep that channel like that, family channel, completely neutral. Go and enjoy yourself. We all have different taste buds. Yeah, don't get me wrong, you know, do ask questions, do ask about the F-16, do ask about the Typhoon, do ask how it compares, because you may not know that. But the thing is, to go and say that, well, that's rubbish, that aircraft, how can you say that? How can you say that is rubbish? Because I'll tell you what, these people that say that probably never served. The only person that can actually judge an aircraft is one that's actually flown it and get given back some feedback on that. But there you go, I've had my little rant. There you go. But I just needed to get that out there, and on cue with the Typhoon engine in the background. But that's the way the channel is always going to be. It will never be a place for people just to come along and go, well, that's rubbish, that aircraft. No, it ain't. No, I see it all the time, and it's like, oh god, here we go. Goodness me, here we go. Thanks a lot, Perry. Exactly. Oi, oi. Denzel Hughes, Nikos the Prime Minister. Well, actually, I'll be vice. I'll give that to Ted. Ted will know. Yeah, anyway, rant over. Sorry about that. I just needed to say it. Sometimes, you know, just, you know. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing, though. I'll tell you what. Good, our legend, Brighty. Because I've got, you've got to appreciate how many SD cards I've got, right? I'll tell you what, I've been looking at old footage, and I forgot, not that we're never satisfied or anything like that, not that we're, you know, I forgot how good, because obviously Brighty's gone with the red arrows now, which is amazing, and congratulations, Brighty. I just forgot how good his displays were, man. And I'd probably do the same if I went to, I don't know, turbos and stuff. It's because I haven't seen it. But when you go back and look at the Typhoon display pilots, their displays, I mean, you know, Sainty, Paddy, Brighty, Turbo, Nafe, when you look back, it's like, yeah, man, these are good. And oh, I love that. And yeah, all is good. I just wanted to say that Brighty's display was pretty aggressive, wasn't it? I'm only saying that not to like brush aside the others. It's just I was going through some old footage and I just totally forgot his display was pretty aggressive. One thing to notice, by the way, and it may seem easy to do if you're a pilot, I guess, right? Tell you what, have a look, go back, have a look at Brighty's slow roll. Man, I'll tell you what, it might seem like a simple thing, a slow roll. Have a look at his slow roll. It is incredible. It is really, really good. It's really weird. It's a really weird maneuver for me to just go have a look at that. But my gosh, he does that well. No, but honestly, have a look at it. It's something I was. Oh yeah, and don't forget. Do you remember Turbo's leaping salmon? Do you remember we named that on the show? That was pretty cool. That was incredible. That. Yeah, no, it's something that's it needs saying, and you will know. Oh, Tim Gooch, yes, the janitor, Yes, do you know what? I was going to mention that, but it reminded me of one of my old jobs I did at Lidl. Woo! It is the best response. When, was it the president asked, what do you do here? And his response says, I helped put a man on the moon. And he was the janitor at NASA. And it's true, it's amazing. Renee Guessing, how you doing? Leah, thank you very much. Not Captain, yeah, that's right, the Max Alpha, when he turned it into the, yeah, that's it. That, and he used to, oh man, the way he used to do that. For those that don't know, the leaping salmon, it was a manoeuvre, well, it was basically, do you remember, he'd, so Turbo would whack on the reheats, bomb it down, and then absolutely speed brake it. Because I said to him, why would you whack on the afterburners ready for a Max Alpha, all right? And he said to me that, sorry, I don't know if he was, I don't know if he consented to be cited there, but no, but the thing is, pilots do get a buzz out of it, you know, and the afterburners went on, the reheats went on, and the speed brake was so immense. And what he would do, obviously you're going at what, 300 miles per hour, 400 miles per hour, you do a speed brake, and then he turned round and then went up and then turned it like that and straight into a Max Alpha, high Alpha, you know what, 125 knots. It's going really slow. I mean, wow, pushing the Typhoon to its stall speed. Why don't you? But it's the way he did it, the way he do a speed brake, turn it in, and then do a little roll like that into the high Alpha. Oh, if I got that wrong, it was turn and up, something like that. There you go. Yeah, there goes my application for a Typhoon display pilot for the future. But no, Typhoon display pilots are chosen from 29 Squadron, for those that don't know. I'm trying to work it out. He turned in, did a speed brake, and then, oh yeah, here you go, yeah, that's it, here you go, I've done it, there you go, like that, straight into the high Alpha. Absolutely insane that was. It's really cool. But there's our beautiful Typhoon. It is a pretty little plane, isn't it, though? It is pretty. Man. I have to have some lunch. I might go and get a spot of lunch actually. Oh, pumping in that air now. Lilo Doublefly, thank you very much. Wow, thank you very much for gifting all those memberships. I'll get Ted on the show. Denzel Hughes, yes, and if you don't mind me saying, there's some very colourful language when they're exposed to lots of G. And the thing is, with the Typhoon, right, here's something that you may not know. The Typhoon's got a G rating of negative G -3 to +9. The thing is, with the Typhoon, you hear all these plus 9G manoeuvres. The thing is, difference with the Typhoon, it can actually keep going. It will stay in 9G. It can stay. That's the thing. 9G is usually a quick ordeal and a hard one. And for those who don't know, that means you weigh 9 times your body weight. That's the force. So that what you can feel, you know, the weight being pushed down to your feet, that's gravity, that's 1G. 0, you're going to be floating, so +9. But the thing is, Typhoon can also supercruise, and supercruise for a very, very long time as well. That means supersonic speeds without the use of the afterburners, which is amazing. The Typhoon and other aircraft can actually go over, not on purpose, can actually be pushed by the wind, if you catch it right, if you're going to do a 9G turn and the wind is pushing in the right direction, you can actually get you to like a 9.4G as well, which is pretty brutal. But according to pilots, they've told me that if you are at 9G, you won't be able to put your hand on the throttle. You can't touch the screens. It's that bad. Negative G is where the blood and the weight is experienced the other way. When you're looking at displays, you can tell the pilots going through negative G because the tassels and straps point upward. They start to point upwards, and yet you got the sky above. So that's how you can tell negative G. Negative G is quite painful. It's not a nice feeling. The blood is now going to the head. It can cause all sorts of problems. Negative G is basically, if you ever wonder why pilots, if they're quite high and dry in the sky and need to come down quite quickly, they won't just bunt like this and go down, and that would be negative G, just going straight down like that. What the pilots do, they actually invert, and it's a lot easier, and you are not exposed to negative G because you've turned the aircraft upside down and pushed it, so the blood is still going to your feet. Does that make sense? So if you were to do that, the blood is now going to your head. The way you do that is invert. I know the blood is going to quickly go down to your head, but if you're pushing down, the force is going to go the other way, which is plus, which makes it a plus. There you go, and that's why they do it like that. And the Spitfires couldn't do a negative G dive. That's why they would have to do that, because the fuel, because of the way the float would work to feed the carburetor from the fuel tanks with the float, push all the fuel up, and the float couldn't cope with that, and the fuel went up the top, and then it will starve the engine. There's actually, there is a, on one of, I think, is it the Battle of Britain, which was filmed over Duxford. I think one of the Spitfires actually had a problem, and you can see black smoke on the actual film. Oh, here comes the food. Salmon was like butter. Look at that. I mean, that is just incredible. But this is why, when I tell you about the touch and goes, when they keep doing touch and goes, it allows them to get a few more landings and takeoffs in one sorting. Amazing. I'm going to go and quickly grab my sandwich, alright? I'm going to go and grab some salmon sandwiches. There's no burger ban yet until next month, so not long. Looking forward to Steve's Burgers. That landing is just getting better and better, isn't it? It's getting amazing. Well, with half a sandwich still in my mouth, man, these landings are just supreme, aren't they? Wow. Well, how about that? Well, there you go, and that is an aircraft that the Royal Air Force use for QRA training. How cool is that? So they'll use this as a target for QRA. The goal is to intercept this very aircraft. So when they do QRA practices, this is one of a few aircraft they're after.
you know what I mean? If he puts it on. Nah, you're always, I'm on it.
Call sign
No, you're not. I'm not.
Tasman 71. Thanks a lot, Davey, for the info.
Better look out for that one, look.
That's pretty cool to see, isn't it?
Yeah, Alistair, you'll be agree.
Look at that, beautiful. Hopefully get that refueled and back out. That'll be nice to catch. The Falcon 20 by Draken. So yeah, they are based at both Bournemouth, at the Herne and Teesside, and the idea is to simulate a scenario, a threat scenario, which will then instigate a scramble. And this, you know, this works alongside, and you don't, as far as training is concerned, it's really important to know that the Draken shouldn't win. Yeah, okay, that's the whole point. That shouldn't win. And it can have, if I remember correctly, they can have, obviously not real, but they can be armed, but obviously they're inert, just so they can simulate attacks. And the idea is not to dogfight the aircraft, but if it's too late for the Draken aircraft to attack a target, then that is deemed as a fail. So what you don't want is a scenario where the training aircraft, let's take the Typhoon for example, or an F-35B or other NATO or allied aircraft, because it is a private contracted company, the idea is not to win, as in that Draken aircraft is not to win. So yeah, really useful for training, definitely, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be nice to see that get refueled and go back out. That'd be good, wouldn't it? What how Kimberley's get along with the college there. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. How we doing? A very warm welcome, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. A Guards March to all our viewers. And Alan Burden, high five, thank you for upgrading to the TCS Posh Officers Club. Oi oi! Guards March Mix Vids member for 10 months. Guards March the Wacky Racer 9 months. Morning all. Leah with 7 months. Funa Rooney with 7-4 with 19 months. Another month of this great channel, keeping me in the green with all the planes, histories, education and great people. Thank you all, Guards March. And Babs are a regular as well. High five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's awesome. Guards March. Jill IP, member for 15 months. Danson Wheels with 18 months membership. Great 18 months supporting a great channel with great people. Guards March to you. Dylan Cobb, 2002. My brother Oliver has turned 21 years old today. Well, happy birthday to Oliver. Guards March from Dylan, and thanks for the super. Margot Baxter, thank you for the super. Guards March. Rory Shields with 11 months membership. Oi oi, let's go. Rod Moyes with 16 months membership. Oi oi from San Diego. Nice. Oi oi to you. Rob Kennard, high five, and a core pump there. Guards March, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, man. Nice. Very, very nice of you. Doug Ross with 23 months membership. That's a sad day, Nikos, lest we forget RIP. Yep, thank you for that one. It is a special day today to remember Technical Sergeant Cody Ball. Rob Kennard, high five, a paw pump, and a salute for another 5 Ted Coningsby membership gifted. Guards March to you. Claire Bear with 38 months membership. Guards March. Lee Weston, high five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Aaron R, member for 18 months, 1 month feels like it was yesterday. Guards March. Lilo Doublefly, who's part of our fighter squadron with 16 months membership. Recommending this stream is always a guarantee. I've given the best. Thank you TCS for all you do. Military aviation presented in the best light possible. Exactly. Guards March. Alan Q, thanks for the super. Charlie Aviation 2, member for 1 month. Oi oi, how are we all this morning? Guards March. Dawn Mitchell with 11 months membership. Loving today. Thanks Nikos, Ted and all running today. Dawn Mitchell, Guards March, thank you so much for that super chat at Guards March. Lilo 1787, Lilo Doublefly, a high five, a paw pump, and a salute. Thank you so much for again your support there. With 10 Ted Coningsby memberships gifted, 10 recruits. Thank you so much. Guards March to you. And Deister, good to see you on here. Nikos, Ted, thanks for a real fun stream today. Guards March, thank you very much. Thanks a lot to Anne. Jenny B, thank you very much for the super. Alex Raven, thank you as well. Guards March to Alex Raven. Guards March for Nikos for being out in the cold. Thank you very much, Alex. Guards March to me. I'll have one of them. RJ Violence with a Ted Coningsby gifted of a membership. High five, thank you. Guards March. Okay, whoa, okay, Yaroslav Kubic, I hope I've got that right, Yaroslav, a high five, wow, okay, thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, and Yaroslav Kubic, 6689, wow, 5-0, is that correct? Goodness me, Ted, we're going to have to do something for this one. Yaroslav is just gifted 50 Ted Coningsby memberships. Well, high five, paw pump, a salute, and a fly past. Wow, thank you so much for gifting 50 Ted Coningsby memberships and a Guards March to you. That is incredible. Well, I don't know what to say, we're a little bit shocked. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Yaroslav. I hope I pronounced your name correct. I hope so. I believe is Yaroslav. I'm gonna. Is that a Polish name? It's wow. Well, bardzo dziękuję. Oi, oi. So my fingers have just snapped off, I think. It's me. Well, that's incredible. Oh, wow. Well, if Yaroslav, thank you very much. Well, I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Let me just check to see what we got. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the show. And again, for those that are new, welcome to the channel. This is RAF Coningsby, England's second largest county, and during the Second World War it served as a bomber command station, a bomber station of number 5 group. The area, Lincolnshire, is known as Bomber County. It had as many as 46 military airfields, with an average of just 7 miles apart from each airfield to airfield. And that said, it was also home to several airfields to defend the country against Zeppelin raids during the First World War. To give you an idea of the status of military airfields around the country, we had around 300 military airfields that stood at the end of the First World War, and by 1924 there were just 27, and many of the airfields were recalled for expansion. And by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again. The threat of another war was sadly a reality, and in 1936 Bomber Command was formed, along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command as well. Grass runways were the first choice. They were excellent for fighters and lighter bombers, but as aircraft started to get heavier, like the Sterling and the Lancaster, it was time to really think about upgrading those grass runways that got soggy and boggy depending on where you were around the country. As we are naturally a very wet and green country, it was time to upgrade them to concrete as well. And we've all seen movies where we've seen Spitfires trying to take off from like a bird's eye view. When the airfield came under attack, grass runways did have benefits to the fact that there was always going to be a stretch of grass that a Spitfire can take off from. And if we have a look, Coningsby does actually have a designated grass runway. There's those day glow blocks there, look. See that? You do have to maintain that. Molehills can cause problems, so the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit does need to check that there's you know, hasn't got any situations like that as well. So it's pretty, honestly, it's pretty amazing the history that you got here. And like I said, this car park, and even behind me goes further in, you got hard stands behind me where aircraft will be serviced just over there and further down. Some of the runways would actually, especially runway 12, runway 12 and oh hello, is that, sorry, one sec, is that it just getting refueled? Is it parked up? Sorry, one second, I've just seen our cool. Well, I hope we get that. I want to see that go out, I really do. But yeah, grass runways in the vicinity. If you look on older maps or even in Google Maps today, you'll see the sort of like where the original parts of the aerodrome were actually there indeed, which is pretty cool. But so grass runways did have some benefit, easy to use really. They were there, you just had to designate a strip of runway. There were concrete structures such as hard stands and the buildings, of course, with that, and like bombers too used, you know, that was fine, they were suited. But like I said, when the Lancaster came out, it was time to start thinking about concrete runways. And for as far as Coningsby was concerned, although there wasn't an airfield during the First World War, the plans to build Coningsby came around 1937, and it was on the 4th of November 1940. There's the Birdman there doing this thing, scaring the birds away. The Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. So yeah, 1937 until it was finally complete on the 4th of November 1940. It was ready to operate with its grass runway and operated as number 5 group. 5 group interestingly started life at Mildenhall. all right, and swapped with 3 and came here, number 5. Their HQ, number 5 group, is actually at St Vincent's Hall in Grantham, if you want to know where the HQ was. And the first residents came here on the 23rd of February 1941, 106 Squadron, Zulu November, with their 2 letters on their markings, who were operating the Handley Page Hampden. Now I'm going to give you a tour of nearly every aircraft off Coningsby. Nearly. I've just had a propeller incident. Oh no, just now. Oh no. I've just had a propeller down moment. But there's our very first aircraft to operate at Coningsby. This is it. The twin-engined 4-man crew, the Handley Page Hampden bomber. There it is, look at that. And it came out as the same specification, came out the same year, 1938, as the Wellington bomber. The Air Ministry put out a requirement. It was B932, and it was given to the Vickers Wellington and the Handley Page Hampden. So that's why, and it was to do away with the sort of 600 horsepower engine monoplane at the time. They wanted something a little bit more rapid, and this really was dominating the skies of Lincolnshire rather than the Wellington. The Wellington was dominating the skies, sort of Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, you know, those areas, Ely, around there. It you know, made a bit of a statement, and upward, just trying to think, especially War Boys was another startup that came into service in 1938, but arrived here. I might have to make this history quick today, but arrived here anyway. This is the 4-engine bomber, a twin-engine bomber, 4-man crew, the Hampden. 4,000 pound of payload with an 18-inch torpedo version to put in for the torpedo bombers. I'm going to have to do this history quick, because every time I do that, we always get startups, don't we? There we go. So that was the first aircraft here. So Coningsby was functioning with them, and that was until their first mission took place in March, 1st of March, Coningsby's first mission with the Hampdens with 106. The next night, so they rolled into the second, so on the night of the 3rd into the 4th, it was sadly Coningsby's first ever loss, X3002, with the loss of all 4 men on board. On the 15th of March, Coningsby was joined by 97 Squadron. So I'm going to have to do little bullet points, I think, today at this rate. But 97 Squadron, their markings were Oscar Foxtrot. All right, so I'm going to literally run through the history really quickly. They were joined by the Avro Manchester. The Avro Manchester, just think of a twin-engine Lancaster. Why would I say that? Because it technically was. And they found out how bad. Hello. They found out what problems they had with that. It was grounded more than about a dozen times, less than a dozen. Isn't that sounding tasty? Wing Commander Guy Gibson was also here at Coningsby. He was the Wing Commander, just 23 years old. Just 23 years old, he was the Wing Commander for 106 Squadron. So at the moment, here we have 2 squadrons, 106 and 97 Squadrons. Now 106 did finally convert to the Manchester, but as you know, the Manchester had problems. It was grounded several times, didn't even see the end of the war. In fact, it turned into the Avro Lancaster. Now, in 1941, on Christmas Eve at Waddington, they received the first ever of the Avro Lancaster arrived, and in January of 1942, 44 Squadron were fully functional at Waddington, fully operational with the Avro Lancaster. Now, with the Manchesters here, Coningsby really wanted the Avro Lancaster. However, Coningsby only had a grass runway. So in 1942, RAF Woodhall Spa was built to become a satellite station to RAF Coningsby. And what they did from one of the flights out of each 97 and 106, they made a heavy conversion unit, basically an OCU, to train for the Lancaster, and they did that at Woodhall Spa. So Woodhall Spa was the satellite, so the Lancaster was ready to come to Coningsby. So Coningsby's runways closed, and the 97 Squadron already fully moved to Woodhall Spa. 106 moved to Syerston and eventually made their way to Metheringham. Now, Coningsby closed totally in 1942 and reopened in 1943. Just a couple of aircraft that used it, a beam approach training school, was the Avro Anson and the Airspeed Oxford were using it with training units to help to learn to land in poor visibility. However, on the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back. Did you know the first squadron to operate with the new runways was indeed 617 Dambuster Squadron. Yep, 617. And then eventually they swapped with 619. So our next aircraft to show off doesn't need a lot of introduction. The legendary 4-engine heavy bomber, the most successful, made about 7,737 or so of these. Only 2 are airworthy in the whole world, and it was literally an iconic aircraft. But you know us, like I mentioned earlier, we love all aircraft, because although the Lancaster, if I was to ask everyone here in this car park, name me a Royal Air Force heavy bomber or a bomber of World War II of the Royal Air Force, a lot of them would say the Lancaster. But of course we know there was many others, the Hampden, the Wellington, the Stirling, you know, and so on. The Whitworth, the Wellesley, you know, there was so many, but this did a lot, didn't it? And of course the Royal Air Force had B-24s, they had B-17s called Boeing Fortresses, so on and so on. But hey, we're going to get to the point. The Royal Air Force here at Coningsby were using this. Now, many squadrons were using the Lancaster here, lots of swapping here and there. 97 Squadron returned to Coningsby from Woodhall Spa and were operating here. In fact, during D-Day, sadly, RAF Coningsby lost 4 Lancasters, and the first ever losses of D-Day were from Coningsby. So what else have we got then, Ted? What else have we got? Okay, during once we got to 1944, the world's first multi-role aircraft turned up. Oh yeah. So next we've got the world's first ever multi-role. Look at that, the legendary Flying Tree, the Mosquito. But sadly, on the 19th of September 1944, serial number KB267, on a mission for Wing Commander Guy Gibson, took off from Woodhall Spa, interestingly. Sadly, that was the last anyone ever seen of him. Eventually, Coningsby had another aircraft here, the Avro Lincoln. I don't have an Avro Lincoln to show you, but in 1950, in 1950, Coningsby had this absolute beast. They did away with the stretched, shall we say, a stretched version of the Lancaster, which was the Lincoln. It was the Boeing Washington with 15 Squadron as well. And the Boeing Washington is literally a B-29. It was the RAF's designation for a B-29. So they used these. They had around, I can't remember how many they were contracted, about 80 odd, 83 or so. And yeah, I mean, it was a proven beast. See, the Royal Air Force were looking on or the Air Ministry as well, were trying to work out a way to, you know, have a very heavy bomber. Now the Avro Lancaster could take a 22,000 pound Grand Slam, but it wasn't really designed or made for it, shall we say. They had to modify it. So adding a 22,000 pound bomb to the Avro Lancaster made it quite heavy and not as maneuverable. So they made the Lincoln for that matter. But the thing is, the Boeing Washington, or shall we say the B-29 in its original designation, it was already proven it could carry some real heavy stuff. And wow, and these absolute beautiful engines. And so the RAF had this, I mean, they cost a lot more. B-29 bomber. Look at that, a beautiful Super Fortress B-29. But you know, soon we were going to lose pistons, because the Canberra that came next was literally the bridge. In fact, the United States Air Force were looking for basically making that bridge from pistons. This is quite heavy, that's why I'm holding it like this. They made that bridge as well, but this was massive, with 141 foot wingspan, 99 foot in length, and it was powered by 4 monstrous Wright R350 23 duplex Cyclone engines that were 18 cylinder air cooled. They were turbocharged, they were radial piston engines, 2,200 horsepower, 350 miles per hour, could cruise around 220, and it was just insane. It had a ferry range of nearly 5,000 miles and a service ceiling of just short of 32,000 as well. So, you know, amazing. Absolutely, it had guns, it had everything. But, you know, soon it was going to be a bridge to do away with piston engines, and the bridge came to the Canberra. We do have incoming, just really quickly. Goodness me, I am frozen. So yeah, the first jet aircraft was indeed in 1953 for Coningsby, and it was indeed the English Electric Canberra. Got another one as well. So 1953, the English Electric Canberra. Look at that, first flight, Friday the 13th of May 1949, flown by Beaumont, the legend. And look at that. Squadrons include 9 and 12 flying this at Coningsby. And do you know what? I forgot to get you another aircraft that was here as well. The Avro Vulcan. Yes, the Vulcan B2s were here as well. And that was in 1962 to 64. a replacement was sought out for the Canberra. And like I said earlier, the TSR2 was thought about, and that was the official replacement, but that fell through. And then the next aircraft to replace the Canberra was chosen, which was the F-111K, but that didn't go ahead either. Now, Bomber Command dissolved in 1968, and you know what? I can't think for the life of me when the Air Ministry became the MOD. Actually, I'm just trying to think, because of course we always mention the Air Ministry, and of course the Air Ministry ended up becoming the MOD. I'm wondering if that was the same year, or was that in 1964? I've got a feeling it was before, when Bomber Command dissolved. I'm pretty sure that was in 68, but I think the Air Ministry became the Ministry of Defence. What they did, they amalgamated all the sections and became the MOD for the UK government of the armed forces. And I think that was in 1964. So Coningsby was looking out for a replacement for the Canberra, and instead Coningsby, as we know, was a bomber station. But things changed. It was decided to purchase F4 Phantoms in the end, and it was number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers, which we've seen their markings today, and these were here at Coningsby. The Phantoms were actually here. It's pretty amazing. So Phantoms 228 Squadron became the operational conversion unit. 41 fighter, 29 fighter, 23 fighter, and 56 as well. But eventually the English Electric Lightnings at Wattisham, playing the quick reaction alert role, they were about to be replaced by these, and that happened in the late 70s. So these moved to RAF Wattisham, and I'm just trying to think what was left, because at the end of the day I think 41 Squadron ended up having Jaguars here and Harriers here. So from 77, I believe a lot of them went there, but in 1976 the BBMF arrived here. There was also, like I said, Jaguars and Harriers here as well. So I'm just trying to think if Coningsby actually closed for a little bit. Do you know what? I am going to have a look what happened around 1977. Tell you what, there's a bit of history for me. I'm trying to wonder what happened to Coningsby in 77 to 1983. Leave that with me, because in 1984 Coningsby received with 29 the very first F3. So we got the Tornado. Which is actually missing a part. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Right, I've killed the Tornado already. It's now... Oh no, what have I done with it? Oh dear. Well, the Tornado is now looking like an English Electric Lightning, look. I've lost the nose. Well, these were here, the F3, but give me a sec, I'm going to see if I can find the nose. Oh dear. It's all fun and games here. What have I done with the nose? Oh dear. Oh, nose. Well, if you have a spare nose of a Tornado, let me know. Oh, nose.
couple of minutes.
Do have a Typhoon inbound now.
Don't turn your neck, just listen to Ted. He'll tell you under there. Why waste the heat in the car, isn't it?
Yeah. So yes, the Tornado was here, the F3, the very first of its kind. I actually lost the radome, the nose of the Tornado for some reason. That would be a fun find, wouldn't it? Okay, so yeah, the Tornado was here until its replacement, which was indeed this, which came here in 2005 with number 17 Squadron. 17 Squadron is still active today. They fly the F-35B at Edwards Air Force Base. They are a test and evaluation squadron for the F-35, or the F-35B to be precise. Same year, 29 Squadron, they became the operational conversion unit for the Typhoon. 3 and 11 squadrons followed, then 41, and then eventually the latest squadron, number 12, they stood up as a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron they stood up in 2018 and started operating here in 2020. I'm going to see if I can find the Tornado nose. Do apologise, it's not had much luck. That Tornado had bits missing off it. I think it's the cold air, you know. I don't think it likes the cold air.
Because we're from Manchester, we just came to buy a car. So we're using the opportunity to see what we can see today. What should we expect to see? They don't mention anything. I thought they might say what they're going to do. Alright,
no worries. Okay, so here we go, another arrival coming up. Beautiful. Sorry about that, just doing some repairs on a Hamden and a Tornado. I'm back, and just had a quick cup of tea as well in the process. So hopefully we get to see that Falcon take off as well. That'd be cool. Cool. Kimberly's having a good time there at Coningsby. Yeah, it's been fixed. Sorry about that. How we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Thanks for joining us today. So one more stream to finish off the show and the month actually, and that's tomorrow. Not sure how good the weather is. It's not looking great, but it's not looking that bad, but we'll see what we're going to get tomorrow. Giving you a double dose. Always tune in to the Ted Coningsby channel for the latest and greatest military aviation. We're on our way to 123,000 subscribers, and that's a true testament to the support and the love that you all have. And you only need to look at the milestones to understand that our members are really enjoying the membership. So thank you for that. Thank you for supporting the channel. It really does help, of course. Yeah, it's been good fun, and it always is good fun to be with you here with us. It was a shame about yesterday, but we gave it our best shot, right? We're going to get days like that. We're going to, you know, I could go to the Mac Loop and see nothing. It's just one of those things. But we did get to see one Typhoon dry strafing, so you don't get to see that every day. So that's a good thing. It's just one of those things. You got to just try your luck and see what happens. That was it. It's as simple as that. It's the way it works. So it's 13:30 here in the UK. Feels like -1 today because of that easterly wind, really amplifying how cold things are. been a good day. Dave, how you doing, man? Dave Holloway, Alex Black Cat with Bat Purple. How's it going? Yes, when you got, although runway 07, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08 and 10, when you start getting easterly runways, you know it's going to be colder. And on days like this, it gets a little bit sharp and chilly, but there you go, never mind. It's all good. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome. And sorry I had to cut that history short. Some for good reasons, of course, and some for oh dears. So I'm just going to do a bit of history then, little homework. For Coningsby between 77 and just before the arrival. I don't know how stable it is, but I never got to show you an aircraft that's sorry, one second. What's going on there? Oh, it's okay. Maintenance, it's fine. Just sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, in this day and age, I haven't done any housekeeping, but if you're new to this, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And we are in the official viewing area, a car park designated for spotting safely as well, may I add. It is a safe place to view, okay, which is why it's here. If it does become full, please, whatever you do, do not park it here on the grass or along the road. As you can see, the rules of the highway right there. And you certainly do not ever, wherever it may be, park it and block a crash gate with your vehicle. And of course, it's without doubt, never park it and block a crash gate. Crash gate is there for emergency reasons, to go to access in and out. It's not necessarily for aircraft as well. Sometimes it is the quickest route for emergency services to get in. It could be for various domestic reasons as well. It could be a fuel leak, a Bowser that's tipped over. Again, not aircraft related, but it can be used for non-aircraft specific. But of course, if it is, should the worst happen and they need to retrieve an aircraft, they will crash through that, hence crash gate, etc. Okay, so even on your foot ladders, just avoid there. But like I said, under no circumstances is anyone parked there. You will be reported and asked to leave. You will be met with authorities as well. The other thing as well, for those that are new, there are signs now wanting to have these red and white fences. Please don't stand at the red and white fence. You see the fence there? That's fine, you can stand there, that's not a problem, you can stand there, that's fine, by the wooden fence, alright, to the left and right of it, but not there. It's there for a reason. They've been designed specially with metal, and they're designed to take the jet blast to protect your health as well. And should an aircraft get it wrong, if you were to stand there with a ladder, it's not going to go down too well. Other things as well to point out, that land is not public in some places, especially here. You may see vehicles around here. That's the farmers. They're doing some doing what they do. But again, you can't camp in this car park. There is a sign there. No camp. You know, you can't camp here overnight, etc. So, what is going on here? That sounds a bit pistony. Look at this. It's got the chippy out. Look at this. If the car parks are full, like I said, you can go in. I mentioned you can go in the town, and £2 for the whole day. So this is one of 2 de Havilland Chipmunks. They are part of the BBMF inventory. They're used for training for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight aircraft, such as the Spitfire. Williams, all to you.
Flying today? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should I win? Nah, just whenever.
Okay, so this is, like I said, one of 2 de Havilland Chipmunks of the BBMF. They have Whiskey Golf 486 and Whiskey Kilo 518, the serial numbers for them. The chippies, they are the least displayed. You can see a practice display on these, but they're mainly used for all year round training of the pilots on the tailwheel aircraft. They can also carry out recce's on new venues, for example, and also delivery and collection of spares. If you ever need a spare, you can, if it fits in the chippy, you can use it for a quick delivery and collection of items for spares, so it can be quite useful as well. We may also see this year the yellow, training yellow painted T6 Harvard as well. I know many of you probably can reminisce memories from one of these. Total built in the world around 1284, including Canada, Britain and Portugal. I know that I've seen a Portuguese marked up one at Duxford. Took its first flight on the 22nd of May 1946. Also Belgium and Canada were also using them. Two in one of these on a max speed of around 138 miles per hour, powered by a de Havilland Gypsy Major 1C, which is a 4-cylinder air-cooled inverted inline piston engine. It's got about 145 horsepower, but it does the job, so that is a bit of a blast, as people have been saying. Another classic de Havilland aircraft. And that said, it was the first ever post-war aviation project by the de Havilland Canada. The Royal Air Force use this directly as a trainer. It is fully aerobatic as well. And, I think in the RAF service, around 735 in total Chipmunks. And it was designated as a de Havilland Chipmunk T10. Including reserve flying squadrons. Right, oh, it's off already, look at this. Goodness me. That'd have been funny if I've missed that totally, wouldn't it? So we'll get probably a few circuits from this. That'd be quite cool. Let me just get closer in there now. Doesn't have retractable gear. Startups galore over at the main ASP. Might have to go and get a cup of tea at this rate, man. See you in a bit. job I've got lots of tea today, goodness me. So we've got some startups. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Falcon. That'd be pretty cool to see that go. Typhoons just spawning there. Oi, oi, Mark, Tarrant, how you doing? Derek, Denzel, Ellie, J Approach, Williams, Christopher Carr, how's it going? Hope you're all good. Vienna, you take care as well, see ya. So we've got some startups, hopefully they will amount to departures. Welcome to RAF Coningsby if you just joined us, and we do have a taxiing Typhoon. Here we go. Here we go, and it's a 41 squadron. Oh yeah, seek and destroy. Time to give it some. Once had Echo Bravo painted happily on their Spitfires. That was their World War II markings. Echo Bravo motto: seek and destroy. Took out around 53 V1s in their Spitfires. Oh yes. Looks like just the Singleton. Like the Draken. The Falcon's just started up as well. Oh yeah, come on. This is really good. go. Another canopy up there, which is good. Away we go. So this is used as an intercept or a rogue target, a rogue aircraft for practice quick reaction alerts. nice QRA for that, you know. So 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, will train the pilots on how to deal with QRA and how it works, the script, because there is wording that they need to repeat word for word and show them how it's done and what to do. So it could be pure training there. Just having a look at the Javelin. I'm just trying to keep warm, moving around. Let's have a look at the Hawker Hunter. Come on. Come this way. Come on. Be nice to get the Hawker Hunter. Come on. That would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, thanks a lot, Javelin 92. Come on. Another Typhoon just taxiing out for departure. How are we all doing? How are we feeling? I hope we're all good. You know how it is. Well, to be fair, it kind of needs to hang on, just in case, hang on a minute. Typhoons. Here we go. That's right. 41 squadron markings, racking it up. Here we go. going to go and grab a cup of tea just to keep warm. Again, ladies and steady bears, hope we're all good. So we're just going to stay for just a few more departures as the temperature is shocking, man. Still got my eye on the Hawker Hunter. If it turns right, heading 70 degrees, will it do it? Come on. To get that in line with the runway. Come on, come on. It is turning. Come on. This will be amazing. Please land here. Be a nice bonus, wouldn't it? A Hawker Hunter. And if it does, we're not we haven't travelled back in time, but let's not get too excited just yet. Looks like it's going to Waddington, unfortunately. Never mind, that's fine. Yeah, it's heading for, it's doing a PD at Waddington by the look of it. Never mind. We did get the Dassault Falcon 20, didn't we though? So that'll do, that's quite rare. Welcome to the show. We're just going to catch our last few departures for the show, and we're going to go and get in the warm. It's definitely a cold one here. Goodness me, I am shivering. It's pretty brutal today, actually. It's just that easterly wind, but there are benefits of easterly, because of course they use the easterly favoured runways. At the likes of runway 05 and 7, that viewing areas are pretty good. You know how it is. Well, viewing area Lakeney for 05, they're coming at you, so that'll be quite nice. Tomorrow's weather, let me have a quick look of what we're expecting and what we're going to endure. I can't imagine it being Bahamas weather, but looks grey, a little bit wet. Oh goodness me. It looks shocking, doesn't it? Looks pretty bad tomorrow, but doesn't look that great, does it? Goodness me, it looks awful. Well, I'll see what I can get you. Have a look at other. I know I've got a stream ready for tomorrow, but if I have to abort, let's have a look. Have we got anywhere nice? What about Bryce Norton tomorrow? What's that looking like? Right, let's have a look at Bryce for tomorrow if we're going to do that. 8 o'clock looks alright. 9, bit of drizzle, I guess. Looks like at 2 o'clock, got to bail out. Oh, goodness me. Right, what about back at Lakenheath? So it looks all right in the afternoon at Lakenheath, but that's late afternoon. Well, it's going to be where it comes. What's that? Is that the chippy? What's that? Coming back round again. Yeah, it's a shame about tomorrow. I'll have a look. At this stage, it'll be Lincolnshire, but if I'll see. I'll have a look tomorrow. Crew there working hard, bless them. Oh, goodness me. cool, isn't it? Nice to see it though, especially in January. Mind you, we've only got a few days left for February. Until it's February, rather. It sounded like... It's been a great day really, if you think about it, hasn't it? I've had lots of fun, lots of movement. It's been good. I've been trying to keep warm. I think I've got one more cup of tea, but I'll be finishing up. I keep saying when these take off, I don't know when that will be. Oh dear. A mag over. Funny thing is, I can't actually grip the mag, because my fingers are so hot. I'll try. Yep, that'll do. Oh the joys of cold fingers, man. It's still going though, it's all good, you know how it is. Right, back to the fins. Legendary de Havilland Chipmunk. Wow. casualties for the Chipmunk there. Oh, nice to see it. The Chipmunk, lovely little transition across the screen there. Lovely, really nice to see, really. A really fun day that we've had. A day that wasn't really planned until last night. Kimberly told me she was having a visit, so I was like, well, you never know. Let's get a day in the life again, and here we are. Goodness me, could have picked a warmer day. Woo, yeah. Okay, I think we've got Typhoon just taxiing now, or at least one anyway. Well, that was my bad. I must be that cold. I thought that it was taxiing out. It's been towed. That's how cold I am right now. Right, one more cup of tea before I finish up for today, I think. Goodness me, I am cold, man. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. I'm still waiting for these to take off, man. Oh dear. Hey, right there now. How we doing, man? There now. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment. Oh, it's nice and warm out here, isn't it, there now? Oh, it's my mate, Barry. Oh, man. Yeah, he's alright, he is. Yeah, and you need a lift and all that. Oh, and Kev, how you doing, bro? Right there now. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Oh, right there, Drew. How you doing, round there now? Yeah, I'm alright. It's a bit Stevie Bold round here, isn't it? Goodness me. Yes, it's not the nicest. Where's the current bun gone? Need a few radiators plugged in. I think that's what you need round here. What do you mean I'm sweating here round here now? I'm sweating me salmon gills here now. And me old chucking 4 planes. You're checking 4 planes? What are you talking about? Well, 4 planes, isn't it? You know, the bits at the front, the chickens, you know, chickens apparently can't fly. And yet they got wings, but I worked out They're not wings, they're full planes there now, innit? Control the pitch. Do you know what I mean? Not really, but I'll go with you. You know, right, that pretty little plane over there, right? Yeah, well, it's got 4 planes, apparently. Yeah, that's right, the little wings at the front, it's got no elevators. My name's Drew, by the way, how you doing? Yeah, right, well, a chucken, it's got wings and it can't fly. So why is that? Very good question. So I worked out they're 4 planes, right? They can slow them down, you know, have a little bit of elevation. It could take some sort of flight. Not really, is it? It's a bit like a glider. You know what I mean there now? What if chuckens, what if they go on the old ADSB there now? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it depends if they're fitted with an ADSB in and out, innit? What's that noise? I can hear a current plane. Yeah, I can at all. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Right, listen, I've got to do me perimeter checks. You take care there now. He's a funny guy, and he's a funny bear. Oh, here they come, here they come. Right, I'll see you later. Hey, I'm ground crew, don't forget it. to be a pairs departure. Look at the leader, the lead flight leader.
Typhoon's just about to turn in on long final.
the screens now. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Gosh, we've survived it, Ted. It's freezing. We did it though. We did it. And we might get some guards marches now with some arrivals. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Ginger Bailey, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Simon Shepsky, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Brian Acosta, thanks for the super. Guards March. Aspen, congratulations. My, how time flies. Aspen, who's part of our Spanner flight and also part of the fighter squadron, has reached 3 years. What a milestone. Guards March to you, sir. Also Chris Bloxham, 34 months. Oi, good morning, afternoon, and please hit the like button there. No, Guards March. Gaz Wilkes, Guards March, thank you very much for being a member for 9 months. Oi, afternoon, people. Steve Griffiths, SR71, with 33 months, enjoying some Coningsby action. And wow, also Lilo Doublefly, Lilo 1787, a high five, paw pump, a salute, and a fly past with that monster generous super chat. Mod, super thank you for all you do, keeping this stream flowing smoothly. An absolute Guards March. Wow, thank you very much. And we'll finish up with this arrival here. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's been absolutely amazing. It really is. Thank you all so much for today. We have really got to get in the warm now. We are like so RAF Coningsby, thank you so much for all you do. Our members and viewers, thank you for enjoying the day with us. I hope you've all enjoyed it. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel here live at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for 10-2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.